session, so we cannot discuss certain things too much. But we are aware of the situation with you and the victims justice unit, and we are keeping all that in mind. Mr. Keegan Katwa will continue his examination of you, and we will be watching to see how you feel. If there is any difficulty, please at some point let us know. All right? Mr. Keegan Katwa, please proceed.
Witness, yesterday you said that your recollection was that when you said Sang said Kwekwe, said Bunyat, and said Kamama, he said that someday from 10th of January onwards, didn't you?
No.
Now, witness, I want to remind you what you said on Thursday, the 6th of March 2014. And this is what you said. That is transcript number 100, page 10 to 17. You said this, witness. The question that was put to you is, witness, sorry, I will repeat the question. Can you recall what days or around what time of the year you heard Mr. Sang talking about this? And the answer was this. It was in 2008, in February 2008. If my recollection is correct, I think it is the month of February, but I do not remember the exact date. In any event, it was 2008. Do you recall that, witness?
Do you?
Now, in addition to that question having been asked to you, witness, you recall that yesterday I asked you whether you listened to KAS FM in February, and you confirmed that indeed you listened to KAS FM in February 2008.
Do you?
Now, I want to take you through a couple of records of what Sang broadcasted in February, and then I'll ask you if you recall having heard those ones, considering that you listened to KAS FM in February. Your Honor, the first one I wish to have is BBC summary of 4th of February 2008. It is at tab. It's in the smaller binder, Mr. President, tab 5, and it is reference is OTP-0048-0142 to 0145. The main reference of all the BBC summaries was EVD-T-D11-00009 as an exhibit for Sang case.
So it's already exhibit 9?
Yes, it is an exhibit, Sang's exhibit. Mr. President, so that I can move fast, I'll request to give the witness one copy and just read a small section of it and ask the witness a question. Now, witness, I request that you see the middle of the page where it is marked, the word K is missing, but it is Kenya Vernacular Radio laments breakdown of law, order. Can you see that, witness? For the rest of the code, that is in Ken-OTB-0048-0142. Can you see that, witness? Witness, can you see what I've just shown you? The highlighted part in the middle of the page, Kenyan Vernacular Radio laments breakdown of law, order. Can you see that, witness? Now, witness, I read the summary of what BBC says they heard Sang say. A Kenyan vernacular radio has lamented the social breakdown in the country and called for a return to law and order. In its morning talk show program, the presenter Joshua Arap Sang asked listeners to give their thoughts on how the country could return to peace. The following are excerpts from the program broadcast by Kalenjin language, privately owned Kass FM radio on 4th February. You can see that, witness. Now, witness, I will read only one paragraph at the bottom of that page, which starts with, let me start with the social aspect. Can you see that, witness, so that we can follow? I will read slowly for you. Now, witness, this is what Sang says. He is quoted verbatim. Let me start with the social aspect. Kenya is a country that consists of 42 tribes. Among them are the Kalenjin. Socially, the Kalenjin and all Kenyans have laws to respect. We have failed socially as Kenyans. We have killed each other. A cultural rule, for example, in the Kalenjin culture, is that it is wrong to kill women and children no matter what. But how many women and children have been killed? This shows there is social breakdown in Kenya, not only among the Kalenjin, but all over the country. When leaders try to talk to their people, they will not listen and are determined to chase away other tribes if they are fine socially. We allow the economy and politics to continue well. If all the wheels of car are flat or absent, though the steering and the engine are working, the car will not move. There is no respect for life anymore. Others have burned people, others cutting, and some have been shot by the police. Can you see that, witness? Now, witness, that is an audio of 4th of February 2008, and this is the same February that you said you used to listen to Sang. Could you confirm if you had this broadcast from Mr. Sang?
Kwa muda mchache sana.
So you confirm having heard that from Mr. Sang, isn't it?
Sikusikia mimi.
Now, I want to take you to the next audio, which is an audio of 31st January 2008. And Your Honors, that is OTP dash.
1 second.
Sorry to interrupt, Your Honours. My understanding is that the last question was slightly misinterpreted. So it was actually, did you hear Mr. Sang at this time? And then the answer is very briefly. So she wasn't actually answering whether she heard that specific broadcast. There was a slight crossover in the interpretation.
Mr. President, should I put the question again to the witness?
That would be advisable.
I will ask the question the way the prosecution have understood it. Witness, did you say you listened to Mr. Sang very briefly on the 4th of February 2008?
Nafikiria nilikuambia tarehe 4, sikumsikiza. Sijui mambo kama kuna, I think hata kwa statement yangu hakuna mahali nimesema nilimsikiza tarehe 4.
Okay, witness. Okay. Now the next summary from the BBC that I want to make reference to is 31st. Witness, in your testimony you had said that you didn't listen to the 4th of January 2008. I understood you to have said that. The question I'm putting to you is in respect to 4th of February. That's 1 month afterwards. Did you listen to Kass FM on the 4th of February?
La.
Now, witness, I want to take you to a summary of 31st January 2008, end of January. And the reference is OTP-0048-0136 to 0139. May I request to give a copy to the witness? Now, witness, can you see in the middle of the page in italics writing to the effect, source, Kass FM, Nairobi, in Kalenjin 0400 GMT, 30th January 2008. Can you see that, witness? And you can see BBC Monday AFI. You can see BBC, isn't it?
Ndio.
Now I will. I'm sorry for the overlap. Witness, I will read the first paragraph, the first few lines of the second paragraph, and the second paragraph in the second page. The first paragraph and the first part of the second paragraph that I wish to read on the first page is Ken-OTP-0048-0136. Witness, this is what it says. Kenya's Kass FM, which broadcasts in Kalenjin vernacular on 31st January, hosted opposition Orange Democratic Movement MP Isaac Ruto, who called for peace and urged the Kalenjin to be careful not to be blamed for genocide. The presenter was Joshua Arap Sang. Following is the text of the interview. Subheadings inserted editorially. Presenter. Yesterday, more than 100 members of parliament from various parties met in search for peace. We understand that meetings like the one you had yesterday have been going on. Can you shed some light on the talks you have been having as MPs? And then the answer from Isaac Ruto is this. It is time for all of us as Kenyans to come together and talk because we are not happy when there is fighting everywhere. You can see that, witness.
Nimeona ndio.
Now, witness, I will very kindly request you to turn over the page, the next page, and I will want to start with the second line marked presenter just above the second paragraph. If you could, if the court officer could assist you. The reference is Ken-OTP-0048-0137. Now, witness, this is what Mr. Sang says in the next page where you've just been shown. Annan emphasized peace first, but when people are beginning to calm down in some areas, violence is erupting in other areas. As leaders, what are you doing to stop this? And Mr. Ruto's answer is this. We also want peace because we also want peace first because it is hard to talk when people are fighting. That is why all MPs have come together. We have been talking for 3 days. We are continuing. We plan to form groups to visit different areas and talk to people. We know that as people flee from their homes, their people get angry and start fighting. We know it is painful, but we thank people for persevering. Although we know people have been offended, let us maintain peace so that the main issue can be dealt with. You can see that, witness.
Ndio.
Now, I apologize again for the offer. Now, witness, in your statement of Thursday last week on 6th of March 2014, at page 11, line 15 to 17, this is, I'll just read from 10 to 17 again. Witness, I'm sorry, I'll repeat the question. Can you recall what days or around what time of the year you had Mr. Sang talking about this? And the answer was it was in 2008, in the month of February, if my recollection is correct. I think it was the month of February, but I do not remember the exact date. In any event, and this is my emphasis, in any event, it was 2008, towards the end of January or early February, if I am not mistaken. Witness, you recall saying that, isn't it?
Ndio.
Now, witness, this audio, as BBC has indicated, was broadcasted by Mr. Sang on the 31st January 2008. Did you listen to Kass FM on the 31st January 2008?
Rudia swali.
My question is very simply, did you listen to Kass FM on the 31st of January 2008, witness?
La.
Now, witness, I will take you to a different broadcast made in February, and this was witness, I will take you back one day, that is on 30th of January 2008. We just looked at 31st. And this is in Ken-OTP-0048-0133. And with the assistance of the court officer, I'll request that the document be shown to the witness. Your Honor, may I apologize? I have actually given the wrong reference. The reference should be Ken-OTB-0048-0135. Now, witness, at the bottom of that page, you can see at the bottom, Kenya Vernacular Radio calls for help for victims of violence. Can you see that, witness?
Napaona ndio.
Now, according to BBC, this is what they had Sang say on the 30th of January 2008. On 30th of January, Kalenjin Language Radio Kass FM stressed the need to assist the victims of violence and encourage those in need to seek help. The presenter Joshua Arap Sang and Arap Tanui in the morning show 0400 to 0600 GMT urged the listeners to help those who need help as a result of displacement. They named centers all over the country where well-wishers could drop their donations in form of food, clothes, water, and any other essential items. They, however, warned listeners not to be tricked by people intent on defrauding. You can see that, witness.
Mekiona.
Now, I have two questions to ask you on this, witness. The first one is, did you listen to this audio of the 30th January 2008?
La.
Now, the second question I want to put to you is that you can see that it is indicated that the presenters are Joshua Arap Sang and Arap Tanu. You can see that.
Ndio.
You recall, witness, that you had said yourself that Mr. Sang never co-hosted his program with anybody else. Do you remember having said that, witness?
Ndio.
Secondly, witness, you've seen that the program used to run from 4:00 to 6:00 GMT. You can see the timings in brackets there.
Ndio.
Now, I apologize for the overlap. Witness, I put it to you that you never used to listen to KAS FM, and that if you used to listen to KAS FM, you would have known that the program used to run from 6:00 a.m. to 10 a.m. every morning of the week, not 8 to 9, as you said in your testimony, on every day of the week.
La.
Witness, I also put it to you that you never used to listen to KAS FM, because if you listened to KAS FM, you would have known that Sang used to co-host the program with various people, including Arab Tanul, who BBC confirms was co-hosting this program on 30th January 2008. One of the days you say you had Sang talk of Kwekwe, Bunyot, and Kamama, according to your statement at page 11, transcript number 100.
Rudia kwa swali lako.
Witness, you already confirmed that you told the prosecution on the Thursday, the 6th of March 2014, that you had Sang use those incitement words including Kwekwe, Bunyot, and Kamama in the period end of January or early February. You recall saying that, witness?
Ndio.
And witness, I have shown you recordings by KAS FM variously on 31st January, 30th January, and 4th February, and you are unable to recognize any of them. And the reason I put it to you, witness, is that you never used to listen to KAS FM, and that you just concocted a story against Mr. Sang, whom you clearly dislike.
Hapana, na naweza kufafanua.
I will ask you to explain when I need you to explain it.
Oh, she can explain now. That's the point of putting it to witnesses. It's not an empty exercise. A witness, if you have anything to explain, you can briefly do so.
Ndio. In 2008 January, mwisho hii 31st 2008, wakati huo vita za North Rift zilikuwa zimeisha. Kulikuwa kumebaki sehemu chache sana ambapo watu walikuja kutoka kwa mashamba zao. Vita ilikuwa imeisha. In that 2008, una quote hapa, 2008 February mwisho, hatukuwa na watu walikuwa within North Rift, walikuwa bado wanapigwa. In that 2008 mwezi wa pili, it's when mbunge wa Ainap Moi aliuawa Eldoret. In that 2008, just a minute, wacha nimalize, alafu utaendelea because unanichanganya.
1 second.
Yeah.
You were finished.
No.
Oh, wait.
Sijamaliza.
1 second. Don't worry, I'm not stopping you. You will finish. But Mr. King-Katwa was...
Yes.
What was the...
I request to be heard on this issue, Mr. President.
Yes.
I have... Mr. President, I've asked a very specific question on 3 issues. The first one is whether the witness listened to the radio Kass FM in the period end of January to February, as she said in her testimony. I have put material to her to show that people other than Mr. Sang have confirmed that in fact he said what we have read out into the transcript. And the question I'm merely putting to the witness is that if it is true she used to listen to the station, then she would have heard these things. She would have heard that Sang preached to peace. She would have heard that Sang used to co-host a program with somebody else. She would have heard that the times of the program were different from the time she was saying. That's all I'm putting to the witness. Mr. President, I am opposed to a situation where the witness is given an opportunity to start going all over the place, completely off tangent from the issue that was put to her. I do not mind her having to explain, Mr. President, as you have exercised your discretion to allow to explain, but she should be focused on the relevant aspect of what has been put to her. That's all I'm requesting, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. King-Katwa. As I indicated earlier, the reason why propositions are put to witnesses in cross-examination is to allow them an opportunity to explain, so that later on, when the counsel who have put the proposition make their submission, the system would have treated the witness fairly. Now, you have put propositions to the witness, including the proposition that she came to the court and concocted evidence against Mr. Sang, whom she does not like. That was a put. She's entitled to explain herself. It's not a matter of discretion, it's a matter of fairness to the witness. So she will continue, and it is for us to make the determination if she is off tangent. We are mindful of that, and we will bring her back in. So let her finish. Go on, madam. As I said, make it brief. So far, you've already said something, and the record has captured what you said. Do not repeat those things. If you have anything else to finish, can you do so briefly?
Okay. Ndio nimesema in that 2008 hii umenipa tarehe 31. Nafikiria hakukuwa na vita ambaye ilikuwa inalenga tena Mkikuyu North Rift. Naongea kuhusu North Rift kwa sababu hiyo ndio mahali nilikuwa. In that 2000, kwa program zozote mimi nimekuwa nikijua vile watu wanaendesha utangazaji. Sitaki kusema sana ndani. Kuko na program ya BBC ambao kuna mtu binafsi anaweza kutangaza kwa BBC. Kwa sababu hata mimi wakati fulani nimekuwa kwa BBC. Na wakati mimi nilipatiana statement yangu mwenyewe, hakuna mahali nilitaja BBC. Nilitangaza utangazaji wa moja kwa moja kuhusu Mr. Sang. Kwa hivyo wakati unaniproducia mambo ya BBC, Peace and whatever, just one question. Wakati kina Sang alianza kuitisha amani, was it before the clashes ama ilikuwa after? Hilo ni swali langu la kwanza. La pili nataka kukuuliza, umeniproducea so many videos hapa. Zile amenipa. Hizo video zote zilifanyika baada ya vita. Na hakuna mahali mimi nimetaja baada ya vita. Yangu yote iko to end of January. Sijapita January kwenda February. So once unaniletea ya 31st January, hakuna mahali mimi kwa statement yangu nimemention 31st January, no. So maswali mengine utaniuliza na ningeomba koti. Nimeona kuna mambo ambaye sipati kuelewa kwa sababu pia mimi natakika kupewa haki. Nimeambiwa jambo, umenipa jambo, umeniuliza, ulisema. I have to be given time. Nilisema kwa nini? Kwa sababu unanifix, unaniambia, okay, umeona hiyo, ulisema hivi, umeona hiyo, na sipewi nafasi ya kusema. Ninaongezewa mambo juu ya kichwa. Hiki kichwa changu ni cha mwanadamu.
Right.
Pia kina need time. Yeah.
All right. Witness, we will now continue, but you've explained yourself. Remember, Mr. Kiginkatwa is asking you questions. That's his job. He's doing his job. He's asking you questions, and he will continue. Mr. Kiginkatwa?
Now, from the explanation you've just given, witness, I wanted to pick up two issues which I'll come back to in a moment. Is it your testimony now that you acknowledge that Sang actually pleaded for peace in February and March 2008?
Sijui. Nafikiria hiyo swali Bwana Kigen, wewe ndio unafaa kusema.
Yes, I have not asked you anything more.
Yeah. Wewe ndio unafaa kuniambia liita lini kwa sababu mimi sikusikia.
Witness, wait. No. Witness, as I advised you earlier, you are to listen to the question the lawyer asks and then answer the question to the best of your ability. Do not argue with the lawyer and do not ask him questions back unless you're asking him to repeat, or requesting him rather to repeat his question because you did not understand the question. The system is here to protect you as well, and we are mindful of that. So just listen to the question, understand the question, and then answer it. No arguments and no asking questions back. Thank you.
Now, witness, I want to show you two last summaries that were done by BBC, reflecting the nature and the character of what Mr. Sang used to say at the station. And this we will take a sample of the 24th January 2008. Your Honours and the prosecution, the reference is OTP-0048-0126-133, and I would request the court officer's assistance to pass over the document to the witness. Now, witness, you can see the part in the middle of the page marked Kenyan U.S. Ambassador listeners discuss crisis on vernacular radio. You can see that witness.
Ndio.
Now, witness, this is a broadcast where Mr. Sang was interviewing the U.S. ambassador, and I'll just read the first 3 paragraphs, and then I'll ask you a couple of questions. This is what went on. CAS FM, this is the summary from BBC, it summarizes. CAS FM, which broadcasts in Kalenjin vernacular, on 24th January, hosted U.S. Ambassador Michael Ranneberger on its morning talk show. The ambassador appealed to listeners to keep peace and assure them that USA would push for justice and truth, in quotes. In its effort to end the political crisis that began after President Mwai Kibaki was declared winner of 27 December 2007 elections, the show was hosted by presenter Joshua Arap Sang. And this is what Sang is quoted as having said. First of all, I apologize, I should state this. Following is the text of an interview in English as broadcast by privately owned CAS FM radio on 24th January. Subheading inserted editorially. And this is what Mr. Sang said. We want to welcome each and every one of you listeners, wherever you are, tuned to CAS FM Nairobi and CAS FM Washington, D.C. This is another program that we are bringing you from Nairobi studio. My name is Joshua Arap Sang, and with me this morning is His Excellency, the Ambassador of the United States of America, Michael Ranneberger. We wish to welcome you to meet and talk to our Kalenjin people here in Rift Valley and in diaspora through the internet. Welcome. Then Ranneberger says this. Thank you very much. Chamge Kotap Kalenjin. Greetings, House of Kalenjin. It is good to be with you this morning. Sang, welcome. Thank you very much for making it to be with us this wonderful morning. We will have listeners from Kenya, UK, USA, China, and all the countries. They will be on the program as they will be talking to us through mail as they ask their questions. We wish to welcome you to our studio this morning. Major problems, in quotes, with vote counting. The current situation in this country has required us to have you with us so that we can discuss any issues that are happening in this country of ours. Maybe the first question to discuss, Your Excellency, is do you believe the elections were done, the general elections of 27th of last year, that is December, were free and fair? The Ambassador Ranneberger. Well, first of all, let me say that I am really, really happy finally to be sitting here with you, Joshua, who is a true legend in Rift Valley and way beyond Rift Valley. And then Sang says, thank you. Then Ranneberger says, I would say on elections that clearly there were major problems with the vote counting. The actual election process on the 27th was a very good process. People voted in record numbers, and it was really an excellent model of democracy. The problem developed in the vote counting after elections took place. The vote tallying process was not transparent, and it was not accountable. So it was seriously flawed. And because of that, we have said that there needs to be a political solution to the problems that have developed as a result of the vote counting. No matter who won, about half of the people voted for Raila and about half of the people voted for Kibaki. And so we have been telling Raila and President Kibaki that they need to sit down together and work out a solution that will reflect the Kenyan people, the Kenyan people want. That is what we are expecting to happen. That is what we are expecting to happen. And the visit of Kofi Annan right now is an opportunity to start that process. Witness, you can see that, isn't it?
Nimeona.
Now, the first question I want to ask you, Witness, is did you listen to Sang's broadcast as summarized by BBC on the 24th of January 2008?
Sikusikia.
And Witness, I want you to look at the first page, the second paragraph, where it says, following is the text. Can you see that, Witness? If the court officer probably could assist so that we move faster. Now, Witness, I will read what you can see there. Can you see where it says, following is the text of the interview in English as broadcast on privately owned Kass FM radio on the 24th January, subheadings inserted editorially. Can you see that, Witness?
Ndio.
Mr. President, there is no interpretation. I can ask the question again if it's necessary.
Can we agree that she said yes?
I heard yes. I trust the prosecution do not dispute.
I heard yes in Kiswahili. That's probably the only word I understand. Deal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, Witness, do you know this gentleman by the name Michael Ranneberger?
Nafikiria mtafsiri wangu hatafsiri vizuri. Ranberg. Namjua.
You know him as what person, Witness, as of 2008, February, January?
Namjua alikuwa ambassador wa Amerika.
Now, to the best of your recollection, do you remember him making a couple of visits to the showground, Eldoret, when IDPs were camped there?
Ndio. Ndio.
Interpretation should be yes, yes. She said it twice. And I'll proceed. Witness, do you recall him coming with Mr. Joshua Arap Sang to visit the IDPs at the Eldoret showground?
Nafikiria wakati Ranbag alikuja mara ya kwanza, alikuja na watu wengi sana.
Witness, please.
Na kwa hivyo mimi sijui kama Arap Sang alikuwa, mimi sikumuona. Lakini niliona Ranbag na tulikuwa na haja ya kusikia vile Ranbag atatuambia kuhusu maisha yetu. Hata watu wa Citizen walikuwa pia. So sio media moja ilikuja ya Kass FM. Tulikuwa na media nyingi zilikuja na Mr. Ranbag.
Now, witness, I understand you to be saying that Mr. Ranbag came there more than once, and he used to come with a number of people, and some of the people were Kass FM. But having said that, witness, my question still remains. Do you recall Mr. Sang having come with Mr. Ranbag to visit the IDPs at the IDP camp Eldoret?
Sijui kumuona mimi.
And are we to understand you to be saying that there were so many people who came there that you are unable to know whether or not Mr. Sang came, or are you saying that to the best of your knowledge, Mr. Sang did not come there?
Nafikiria nimekujibu vizuri. Nimekwambia mimi sijui kama Sang alikuweko. Maana yake nikisema najua alikuweko, sikumuona. Nikisema najua alikuweko, nitakuwa na maanisha nilimuona, sikumuona.
Now, witness, the only reason why you could not have seen Mr. Sang with Mr. Ranbag is because, as you are already shown, you in fact were not at the showground, isn't it?
Na nataka nikuelezee, anikuulize sikuona nani. Anyway, sijui nitakujibu nini, kwa sababu imeambiwa nisikuulize swali. Kama ningekuwa na nafasi ya kukuuliza swali, ningekuuliza.
Don't ask him question. When he says something like that to you, you have the opportunity to disagree with him if you do not agree with him. And if you agree with him, then you can say, yes, I agree. So that's the only thing you should do in the face of a question like that. So he is saying that the reason you did not see Mr. Sang come to the showground with Mr. Ranbag was because you were not at the showground. Do you agree that that's the case?
La, nimekataana na yeye.
The last question I want to ask you on this transcript, on this summary witness, is what I just read to you, saying at paragraph 2, following is the text of the interview in English as broadcast on privately owned KAS FM. Witness, can you see that in fact the KAS FM used to broadcast in English sometimes?
Naona.
And witness, it is true that you never used to listen to KAS FM, because if you used to listen to it, you would have known that it broadcasted in Kalenjin, Kiswahili, and English. And your allegation that it broadcasted only in Kalenjin is because you never listened to it, and you just concocted the story that you used to listen to it.
Do you agree with that? If you agree, you say you agree. If you don't agree, you tell him you don't agree.
Sikubaliani na wewe hata kidogo.
Now, I want to show you the last summary, and then we leave the issue of BBC. And that summary is a summary of the 18th of January 2008. And the reference is, could I request for the assistance of the court officer to hand of us read the reference? The reference is OTP-0048-0118 to 0119. Now, witness, you can see that document with the heading, Kenya Vernacular Radio Presenter urges listeners not to join opposition protests. You can see that, witness.
Naona.
Witness, I'll read the summary of what BBC says, and then I'll ask you the first question. The entire 18th January breakfast show between 7 and 9 on vernacular KAS FM radio, which broadcasts in Kalenjin, was dedicated to prayer and Bible reading with Psalms 27. The presenter Joshua Arap Sang read verses and even allowed one caller to read a Bible verse live. He urged listeners to pray.
Mr. King, can to remember to slow down.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will. He urged the listeners to pray and also prayed on air, which is uncharacteristic, imploring listeners to not to engage in mass action today, saying he had a feeling something bad would happen. The radio station's news bulletin at 8 a.m. said there was great fear in Eldoret after previous day's incident in which tear gas was thrown into the Eldoret Teaching and Referral Hospital during a clash between the General Service Unit paramilitary police and ODM protesters. BBC monitoring observed KAS FM radio to support opposition Orange Democratic Movement, which was widely supported by the Kalenjin ethnic community in 2007 general election. Following is the text of breakfast show broadcast between 4:00 and 6:00 GMT by Kenyan Kalenjin language privately owned KAS FM radio on 18th January. You can see that, witness.
Umeona?
Now, witness, did you listen to Mr. Sa? Did you listen to? May I apologize for the overlook? Now, witness, did you listen to CAS FM on the 18th of January 2008?
Ndio. Sorry. Rudia hilo jibu. Swali.
My question, witness, is whether you listened to CAS FM on the 18th of January 2008.
La.
Lastly, on that summary, I wish to take you to paragraph 3 of that summary. I will request the court officer to point it out to you. Now, witness, before I read to you the second paragraph, I've shown you the heading of that program, being that the BBC summary states that Kenya, vernacular radio presenter urges listeners not to join opposition protest. Witness, do you remember Sang urging people not to come out and...
Mr. KenyaMOJA.com, that is an editorial comment by whoever prepared this. If you want to ask a separate question, you can, but it wasn't right to draw our attention to that subheading before asking that question.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I'll ask the question differently. Witness, do you recall Mr. Sang urging people not to come out and join the protests that had been called by the ODM?
No.
Now, witness, the second paragraph is this effect. Second, I would like to read a statement sent by the police spokesman, Mr. Girede.
Statement sent by the police spokesman, Mr. Girede.
Witness, I'll read slowly. Your voice was audible. I could read slowly so that you're comfortable.
Witness. Witness, can you hear us? We know you are reading. That's all right. But if it is easier for you, you can also have Mr. KenyaMOJA read slowly. He will read with a gentle voice, of course. And then you can follow. But if you prefer to read yourself, you can also do that. But why don't you see if you can follow the text while he reads the passage in question?
I will read very slowly, Mr. President, to accommodate the witness.
Unless if there is another part of the document you also want to read yourself, that also can be done. I notice that very soon we will be going on our morning break. You can do it then.
Mr. President, may I read this very slowly with the witness, and if the witness wants to go somewhere else, then I can leave it at that point for you to be comfortable. Witness, I'm reading the second paragraph slowly. Second, I would like to read a statement sent by the police spokesman, Mr. Kreide. Such incidences leave me at a loss for words. I implore you, Kalenjin people, to pray. If you are going to work or to farm or going about your usual duties, you may go. However, if you do not need to be anywhere, please stay at home. Although in the past, since you voted, you have been told to come out, today I implore you to stay and take time to pray and surrender to God. Pray according to the prompting of your heart. Can you see that, witness?
Ndio.
And having taken you through all those audios, witness, showing Mr. Sang asking people to be calm and to remain peaceful, asking people not to come out to demonstrate, you say you never had any of those things.
Sikusikia mimi.
Now, witness, so that it is possible to appreciate that you used to listen to KSFM, could you pick out a date? You said you used to listen to KSFM January, February, March. Could we pick, for instance, February? What dates can you say you very specifically listened to KSFM Leneme program in February? Give us a date.
Ya mwezi upi ya mwaka upi?
Witness, we are talking of February 2008.
Nilikwambia ni kuanza hapo tarehe 10, kabla hatukuwa tumefika tarehe 20, tarehe 10 hapo, ambapo sikumbuki siku na tarehe yenyewe, lakini nakumbuka ni kuanzia tarehe 10, kwa sababu si tarehe 5, si 6, si 8. Yes, kuanzia tarehe 10 hapo hivi, na sijaenda mpaka mwisho wa mwezi, sikurudi kusikiza tena. Kama sio tarehe, kumbuke vizuri, mwanzo wa Januari, na sio tarehe 1, kama nilivyosema ni kuanzia tarehe 10 hapo. Kumbuka.
Of what month?
January. Ya January 2008, tarehe 10 hapo hivi.
Now, witness, when you said on the 6th of March 2014 that it was February, it was end of January or early February, are you saying that was inaccurate?
Ni ukweli.
It is true, witness, as you said on Thursday, that it was end of January, either end of January or early February, isn't it?
Nafikiria hapa una maswali mawili ambaye unauliza ambaye hayaingii kwa akili yangu kabisa. Ni swali lipi lenye unataka ni kujibu, kwa sababu sielewi umenipa tarehe fulani, ni tarehe ipi ambaye unataka, ama ni jibu gani unataka nilijibu?
Witness, on the 6th of March 2014, the prosecution asked you, we start with page 10, the question, the word quicker. Can you tell us what that means? And then you said it is grass that grows in the field. Then at line 17, you said, Sang said the word punyat. That is in Kalenjin. Then at page 9, you said that Mr. Sang was saying that work had been done properly, but it wasn't finished in Molo and in Kericho. Then at page 11, you were now asked to put a time frame to what you're saying, and the question was, I will repeat my question. Can you recall what days or around what time of the year you heard Mr. Sang talking? And at line 16, you said towards the end of January or early February, if I am not mistaken. And a reference was also made to your statement, paragraph 111 at line 6. Mr. President, I would like to leave that issue there. If I have 5 minutes, I could just do an introduction of the next segment, and then I can deal with the substance of it when we come back.
Why don't we take the break now? You can do that when we come back.
I'm obliged, Mr. President.
Yes, let's take the morning break. We'll bring the blinds down to usher the witness out of the courtroom. Blinds down first.
And Mr. President, I will want to correct the transcript.
rise, we will be. Please be seated. Voivodeswa.
We're in open session, Your Honors.
Thank you very much. Let's welcome back Mr. Kigen-Katwa and Counsel. We're in public session. We don't need to go into private session for this. But just to let you know, as a continuation of what we discussed this morning in private session, we will be sitting from 3 today to 4:30. So we'll be changing the last sessions in that way. Still, Mr. Kigen-Katwa, if you can finish sooner, even the better.
I'll try, Mr. President.
Yes.
Now, witness, you recall, I want us to go to a different issue altogether. You recall that on the 4th of March 2014, you said that Mr. Sang said this. I am looking at transcript number 98, page 90, line 10 to 20. This is what you said, witness. The question was, did he say anything else? That is Mr. Sang. Or let me start with line 7. Mr. Sang was very angry. He was very angry when he made the announcement. He said that the votes had been stolen. Then the question put to you was, did he say anything else? And the answer was, yes. He said that votes had been stolen and they didn't. He didn't know where the other votes had come from in favor of the other side. He talked about the places. He said Kibaki had stolen votes from Juja, and he was wondering whether those votes had come from those places. He said Kibaki had stolen votes, and he asked Mr. Ruto, for Mr. Ruto, rather to stay at KICC until the final election results were announced. He went on to say that Mr. Ruto was a courageous man. He was following what was going on and fighting for our rights. Witness, do you recall having said that?
Ndio.
Witness, you also recall saying that according to you, the allegation was that votes had been stolen from at Juja and at Taraganithi.
Ndio.
Your Honor, I see in the transcript that there was misspelling, and if I could start the two places for the record. Juja is Juja, and Tarakaniti is Tharaka, and the second word of the same name is Nithi, Nithi. Now, witness, the contention that Mr. Sang said that Mr. Ruto was a courageous man and that he would be fighting for our rights. It is your testimony that you add that from the broadcast made by Mr. Sang.
Niliasikia.
Now, witness, I want to play. I apologize, and I'm duly reminded. I'll give it. Now, witness, I want to play an audio, and if you could confirm that is the audio you heard when Mr. Sang was talking about Mr. Ruto. Mr. President, I would like to play an audio of the 29th December 2007. Its reference is The reference is Ken D11-006-0025, and it was marked MFI D11-00016, together with the transcription and the translation, whose reference is Ken D11-0008-0001, and which was also marked MFI TD11-00017, and it is a smaller binder at tab 6. Mr. President, the first timestamp I wish to play is 37 seconds to 55 seconds, and it is in the transcript page 0002 to 0003.
Angwanda jela wa electoral commission ko tangaza ni kumi amune ne kararan ako yi college ko mitojo ngutara bruta ngale ka oro limiloto ulinte mene kinyise jutukol gi ko bwa ko yoto itemene ko magene biga brisabo li no jut ngal jowju so am jole jog tukul onge muite ongi mution ngale jongi mution ngal.
Witness, you said you understand Kalenjin. Could you confirm that what you've heard Mr. Sang saying is this? Your Honor, it is at page Ken D11-00008-0003 of the translation and the transcription, the first paragraph. Furthermore, I have told you to leave this to Ruto and team. After all, you have seen that they are right there. All these years, they have come this far. Will they not manage? Why do you people in the far-flung villages want to dabble in this? So I would like to tell you all, let us be patient. Let us not be hasty in this. Let us not be hasty. We will make it.
Did you say you played the full audio?
Played the full extent of the timestamp I've just given, 37 seconds to 55 seconds.
Let's play it again for a witness.
Yes, sure.
It doesn't matter. Angwanda jela wa electoral commission ko tangaza ni kumi amune ne kararan ako yi college ko mitojo ngutara bruta ngale ka oro limiloto ulinte mene kinyise jutukol gi ko bwa ko yoto itemene ko magene biga brisabo li no jut ngal jowju so am jole jog tukul onge muite ongi mution ngale jongi mution ngale jo kilon.
Witness.
All right, let's do this. Can we read again the translation slowly? Witness, you've heard the audio in Kikalanjan. Mr. Kigen Katwa will read the translation, so you tell us whether you agree that that is what was said in Kikalanjan.
Witness, this is the English translation. So you wait, it will be. So it is not, it doesn't matter. Even if Electoral Commission delays in announcing the results, there must be a good reason behind it. Furthermore, I have...
This is someplace else, isn't it? Is this the same thing we read before?
Yes, Mr. President. When we played the second time, it went back a few, probably a second or two back, where it includes Electoral Commission. The part that I read earlier is the part that I'm just starting now, the next part of it.
Okay, let's get the part you want, and we stay with that. It can be confusing if you played one section and then play a different section for the witness, and that's not what we saw before, or what we heard before.
Mr. President.
It doesn't matter. I'm going to tell the Electoral Commission got Tangasani. Kumi amune nekararan agui college agumitoja mutara bruta. Galenga or only mulota. Ulintemene, Kinisi Jutukul Giko Gago Temene, come again a bigger Sabulino Juju. So a major jog tukul, onge mute, ongi mution, ungi mution, kilon.
Now, Mr. President, the part that I am reading as the translation starts the second last paragraph at page 0008-0002 and then goes to the first paragraph or at page Ken D11 0008-0003. And the translation relates to the last three lines at the first page and the whole of the first paragraph at page 03. And this is the translation.
My question to you is I can see that at page 0002, the reference of the words "it doesn't matter," that's towards the end of the Kalenjin transcription. All right. The question now is, are you taking in also the second segment of text that appears at the bottom of 0002? Is that what you're doing?
Mr. President, with your permission, I'll explain. My interest is the transcription that is in the last paragraph of page 2, and the translation of that transcription is the first paragraph at page 3.
All right, but I understand you. I think we are in the same place. But what I want to be sure is that the entirety of the transcription that appears at the end of page 2, seems that you're interested in that, isn't it? But we want to be sure that that has been played for the witness in its entirety.
It has, Mr. President. It has paragraph 3 of page 2 is the last bit of the corresponding part of the last bit at second last paragraph is the third last line on paragraph 3 at page 2. And like I explained, Mr. President, my interest is really what is at page 3.
But what's at in Kalenjin?
No, the English translation.
Yes, the English translation that appears at page 3. Is it not the translation of the text that appeers in Kalenjin at page 2, at the end of page 2?
Absolutely, Mr.
Yes.
President.
So, but I want to be sure that that text that appears at the end of page 2 has been read, played for the witness in its entirety.
It has, Mr. President. I can confirm that.
Right.
The only right I wish to make is that there's just, because of the timing of the playing, there's just a little bit of the immediate paragraph before. That's all I just want to explain.
Yes, I saw that, but I just want to make sure that we don't miss anything in what we play to the witness.
The other possibility, Mr. President, if it is of any comfort to the...
No, okay, let's do this. Continue at page 3 now, your translation, so she will tell us if anything is missing.
Now, witness, Mr. President, I'll start with exactly where the audio starts at the end where it ends. Now, witness, this is the translation. So it doesn't matter. Even if the Electoral Commission delays in announcing the results, there must be a good reason behind it. Furthermore, I have told you to leave this to Ruto and team. After all, you've seen that they are right there. All these years, they have come this far. Will they not manage? Why do you people in the far-flung villages
And Mr. Kiginkatwa, I've also urged you earlier to give these texts to the interpreters and court reporters ahead of time. It assists them. So if I don't know if they already have them, then that makes it easier to read a little faster, I would imagine. All right. Okay.
May it go on record that I actually gave them, Mr. President.
Yes, I noticed that. I should have said that they were waving a copy of it from the board. But go on.
Now, witness, I will read slowly and I apologize to the interpreters. So, it doesn't matter. Even if Electoral Commission delays in announcing results, there must be a good reason behind it. Furthermore, I have told you to leave this to Ruto and team. After all, you have seen that they are right there. All these years, they have come this far. Will they not manage? Why do you people in the far-flung villages want to double in this? So I would like to tell you all, let us be patient. Let us not be hasty in this. Let us not be hasty. We will make it. Witness, is that what you heard in Kalenjin?
Hello. Ningeomba turudie hiyo video kidogo tu.
Witness, it is an audio, it's not a video. You
Yeah.
just listen to it.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I'm going to tell the Electoral Commission got tangasani. Kumia mune nekararan ako college ako mitoja ngutara bruta. Ngalenga oroli miloto. ulin temene kinyishe ju tugul kikobwa ko yoto temene ko magene bikab risab ulin uchut ngal cheuchu so ameche ale jog tugul ongemuite ongimutyon ngaleju kilondei.
Now, witness, having listened to the audio for the third time, could you kindly confirm that the translation I just read is a fair reflection of what you heard in Kalenjin?
Ndio.
Now, witness, in your testimony you had said Mr. Sang had said, leave it to Ruto. Is this the audio that you listened to?
Ndio nimesikia hapa.
Witness, my question is, in your testimony, you had said that you heard Sang announcing that people should leave the issues of the alleged stolen votes to Mr. Ruto, who is fighting for us. And the question I'm asking you now is whether this is the audio you listened to telling Kalenjins to leave it to Mr. Ruto to deal with the issue of the stolen votes.
Hapana.
Now, witness, I will play another part of an audio where Mr. Sang also makes reference to Mr. Ruto. And the timestamps, Your Honor, is 21 minutes to 21 minutes and 14 seconds. And it is at page Ken D11 0008 to 0014.
Kemetaj biga balatet kawasan utara Ruto kumitang nyaga kumika berinda ko gedi jaga tersal so umite ungulimbaga mota ubariye so ko ikonyo ko jutana kiboch engalek KenyaMOJA.com so leweni je ko betu tagenge ko go hotel ago baro ko mabo.
Witness, did you listen to that? Can I read it in English?
Nafikiria umeharakisha hiyo audio. Ika kadogo hivyo. Hebu rudi.
Okay, we'll play it again.
Kemetaj biga balatet kawasan utara Ruto kumitang nyaga kumika berinda ko gedi jaga tersal so umite ungulimbaga mota ubariye so ko ikonyo ko jutana kiboch engalek KenyaMOJA.com so leweni je ko betu tagenge ko go hotel ago baro ko mabo tabi.
Witness, the translation is this, Your Honor, it is the second last paragraph at page 14. Let us leave it to the politicians. You have heard Honorable Ruto and others, and Nyaga are on the side waiting for the results. So be patient over there at home. Don't engage in violence as others would take advantage to engage in unruly activities. The election was just a day. You have fought it and have succeeded. Witness, is that a fair translation of what you heard in Kalenjin?
Just now, the question is, what was played to you as you were sitting there? Has Mr. Kigenkatwa fairly interpreted what you heard on the audio just now?
Ndio.
And witness, did you hear this being broadcasted by Sang in the period 2007 when you used to listen to Kasafa?
Sikusikia.
Now, witness, you said that you alternated between KAS-FM and Citizen when you were watching the process of counting votes, presidential elections. Did you say that, witness?
Ndio. Ndio.
Now, I want to play to you part of the same audio relating to what was happening at KICC. And Your Honors, I would like to play timestamp 1.37.36 seconds to 1 minute 45, 1 hour 45 seconds, 1 hour 45 minutes and 24 seconds. That is 37.36 minutes to 45.24 minutes. Your Honors, that is at page Ken 008, 0036 to 0037.
Oi katap kalenjin kityeme keibuak nguno kabarastaet netesetai eng komostab KICC kongololi nebo ngecheret Samuel Kivuitu agenge kongete KICC sokas ngalek chetesetai.
Witness, did you hear what I will read in English in Kalenjin? Yes, Kalenjin people, we are now attempting to bring you broadcast from KICC. Samuel Kivuitu, chairman, is live from KICC. You will get to know what is going on. Did you hear that, witness?
Nafikiria mtafsiri hakutafsiri vizuri. Endelea kusoma wewe, nitakusikiza.
Okay, witness, let me just explain. I'll read in English what you heard in Kalenjin, and then you will confirm, first of all, whether it's a fair translation. And this is the English translation. Yes, Kalenjin people, we are now attempting to bring you broadcast from KICC. Samuel Kivuitu, chairman, is live from KICC. You will get to know what is going on. Is that a fair translation, witness?
Sioni kama inapatana kwa sababu Sang anasema Oruno. Ebu rudia hiyo kanda yako. Na mtafsiri anatafsiri tofauti. Ebu rudia kanda yako.
Yes, witness, we'll play it again.
Oi kotab kalenjin kityeme keibwok nguno kabarastaet netesetai eng komostab KICC kongololi nebo ngecheret Samuel Kivuitu agenge eng agenge kongete KICC sokas ngalek chetesetai.
Witness, you've heard it. Could you confirm if what I read in English is a fair translation?
Can you read it again? It's short, 3 lines.
Yes.
Rudia kusoma sasa kwa Kiingereza nikusikize.
Yes. Yes, Kalenjin people. We are now attempting to bring you broadcast from KICC. Samuel Kivuitu, chairman, is live from KICC. You will get to know what is going on.
Ndio.
Yes, that's a fair translation.
Yes. Ndio.
Now, witness, I will proceed to play the audio, but before I go on, could you confirm if you recognize the voice of the person you just heard saying the words that you just heard?
Nisikii mtu.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. The lawyer's question is, do you recognize the voice who just spoke on the audio?
Hata sisikii kitu. Sijasikia mtu wowote kwa kanda.
All right. You heard an audio played to you before, and Mr. KenyaMOJA translated what was said, and you said that was a fair translation. Whose voice was that you heard then?
La, sisikii hiyo, hata si sauti yake haitoki, sielewi ni nani. Kwa sababu sauti yake siisikii mimi. Iko chini sana.
There's some confusion. I think we need to play that again, just for the audio, not translation.
Witness, please listen and then let us know if you can make out whose voice it is.
Oi kotab kalenjin kityeme keibwok nguno kabarastaet netesetai eng komostab KICC kongololi nebo ngecheret Samuel Kivuitu agenge eng agenge kongete KICC sokas ngalek chetesetai.
Can you recognize the voice, witness?
huyo ni Mr. Sang.
Okay, witness, we will proceed with the audio, the same audio, the same part of the timestamp, I guess.
Ngegasunguna kebe ulimbo KICC.
16,691. Mwangi Pius 200.
Mr. President, I request probably for expediency if I could give the witness one copy of the transcript so that she can follow it with her finger. It probably could move faster.
Right, but what are we... would it be...
I can explain it.
Can you explain where we're going with this?
Mr. President, part of the testimony that was adduced was that Mr. Sang was misrepresenting Ford's broadcast from CAS FM, and what we seek to do with this audio, Mr. President, is to show how those results are relayed and contradict the witness as to whether or not, in fact, it was Mr. Sang who was reading those results.
Is there a forensic issue there, or are you just doing this for credibility purpose?
Mr. President, it is both credibility and forensic, in the sense that if it were to be the case that, in fact, Mr. Sang was announcing results which were inaccurate, in a certain way it can be interpreted to border on incitement, and that's what we are trying to deal with.
See.
Now, witness, I will ask for the court officer's assistance so that the witness can be shown exactly where. Witness, can you see page 35 at the bottom?
No.
If you could follow it with your fingers as it is being audited.
You want page 35?
Yes, the last paragraph of page 35. And if it is possible, if the witness can follow, we could play the whole audio to the extent of the timestamp, because it's all in English, Mr. President.
How much of it do you intend to play?
Mr. President, my original plan was to play about 7 minutes.
And where does the 7th minute take us from page 35? Where does it take us on the transcript?
It will take us to the last paragraph of page 38, about the first 3 lines, Mr. President.
Do you need to do all that?
Mr. President, I could do the first 3 paragraphs at page 36 and then skip to page 38 because there's a point I also want to make at page 38. The first 3 lines of the last paragraph, I could do that, Mr. President.
Well, let's see how it goes.
195. Very interesting. You know, he's a bishop here.
Witness, I just want to be sure. Have you found where it is? At page 35, witness, you can see this. 16,691 795. Can you see that, witness?
Ndio.
If the court officer could just remain there and then show her.
Gacha Joseph the Momo, 324. David Ngede, 117. Odinga Raila, 184,798. And Rajput Nazlin, 181. The total from those figures, no, the total, is it a total? 326,163. Total what? Then the next is Coast Province. Mike Kibaki in Coast, he got 90,240. Kukubo Nixon, he got 302. Matiba Kenneth, 456. Musyoka Stephen, 18,233. Mwangi Pius, 949. Gacha Joseph, 816. Ngede David, 173. Odinga Raila, 46,894. And Rajput Nazlin, 279. Making a total of 258,342. Then we go to Northeastern.
Witness, you could hear that from the audio. Could you tell the court whose voice you can hear?
Ndio.
Whose voice is it, witness?
Sipati kuelewa hiyo sauti ni ya nani.
Now, witness, you recall that before that voice spoke, Mr. Sang, in the voice you recognized, said, we are going to KICC to hear directly from one Samuel Kifuitu. You remember that?
Ndio.
And witness, now that I have mentioned the name of Samuel Kifuitu, do you now recall that that voice could be the voice of Mr. Samuel Kifuitu?
Sijui.
Mr. President, so as to avoid having to play the whole audio, if the court officer could assist me, I'll just go to the paragraphs and highlight what I want. I would like to I would like the witness to be shown the second paragraph. Witness, you can see that at paragraph 2, the person who is speaking is giving the statistics for the Coast Province, isn't it?
Ndio.
If you want to keep playing the result, the chamber will allow you to. But it's up to you then.
Let me take the witness through the transcript and see. Witness, looking at paragraph 2, you can see the person who was speaking was giving the statistics of the votes for Northeastern, isn't it? Northeastern province.
Yeah.
Then witness, in paragraph number 3 are the statistics for Eastern province. You can see that.
Yeah.
Then the last paragraph of page 36, page 0037, are the statistics for Central province.
Yeah.
Then witness, the first paragraph of page 37, 0038, are the statistics of Rift Valley, isn't it?
Yo no.
Then the next paragraph is Western province.
Ndio.
Now, witness, I want to take you to the last part of the same audio. I would like you to listen to, and then I'll ask you a few questions. Mr. President, I am playing timestamp 1 minute 1 hour 44 minutes 28 seconds to 1 hour 0.45 minutes 0.24 seconds.
3011, Musyoka Stephen, 17,862. Mwangi Pius, 1,596. Gacha Joseph, 2,989. David Ngede, 1,267. Raila Odinga Raila, 1,441,450. Rajput Nazlin, 975, making a total of 2,017,052. Move to Western.
Now, witness, this data was relayed live from KICC through CAS FM simultaneously with Citizen. And you said you were listening to Citizen. Could you confirm that this is what you had at Citizen, if Citizen was where you were switched on to?
Haya maneno, sorry, nafikiria hautaki ufafanuzi. Baadhi ya haya maneno ni baada wacha niseme hivi, haya mambo yalitangazwa kwa Citizen moja kwa moja. Baadhi ya mambo haya:
Thank you, witness. Now, you very specifically said that Mr. Sang mentioned the votes for Tharaka Nithi. Do you remember that, witness?
Ndio.
Witness, could you tell the court what exactly it is that Sang said about Tharaka Nithi?
Ndio. Naweza.
Please tell the court. Please tell the court what you say, what according to you Mr. Sang said about Tharaka Nithi.
Wakati kura zilianza kutangazwa, kura za ODM maeneo yake, stronghold ya ODM ndio ilitanguliwa kutangazwa. Walitangaza kwanza stronghold za ODM. Waliporudi, ndio nimesema baadhi ya haya mambo yamo ndani. Waliporudi kuanza kutangaza stronghold za Mwai Kibaki, ndio wakati Mr. Sang alisema hizo kura ni za wizi. Zimetoka wapi? Mbona saa zote tunasikia Tharaka Nithi, Tharaka Nithi, Tharaka Nithi, Tharaka Nithi? Kumeibiwa kura Juja, hesabu ya kura za Juja. Mumesikia hesabu za Tharaka za Juja, hesabu imekuja juu kuliko watu wenyewe. Sasa ni Tharaka Nithi, Tharaka Nithi. Hivyo ndivyo nilisikia na bado ndio msimamo wangu.
Witness, I want to take you to Mr. Sang's reference to Tharaka. That is at the transcript Ken D110008-0021 timestamp 0039.09 to 39 minutes point 45 seconds at page 21. Witness, please listen. It is in Kalenjin, then we will do the English translation.
ang tole chi chika results ti u jaka tomo ka bwacha ka gimen missing ko chi ywi ko len site ka ko lia ko ka ko buane man lakini mo bwati ale tos nyoko wa ige missing.
Witness, I'd like you to see the transcript so that you can follow reading it also. It is paragraph 3 at page 20.
Mabotel nyo ko ige missing ko jabo Nithi anan ko chabo ko maswe ala kya ko bwacha ko kiywi ko mogi amu melen gobiro lo kumaswega le 100% kumabir kumaswega le 100%. So omuite gityo kumalo kegono results chato kibwani ko yegityo ignoto ko gina bo kamanut ko kirip orip kityo kalyet kina bo kamanut orip kalyet ko tap kolenjin mom.
Witness, you've heard that. If I could read the translation of that, and then if you could confirm it's a fair translation. Starting with paragraph 4 at page 20. All is well. Nothing will go wrong. I know that whoever still had some pending results, which would make a great difference, and this is what is causing concern with people wondering what will happen. But I do not think it will make much difference. I do not think it will make much difference. For instance, those from Nithi and other regions that people are concerned about, because it isn't like a photo turnout in some places was 100%, while in other places it was not 100%. So you only be patient. In a short while, we will relay to you the results as they come. Witness, is that a fair translation of what you had in Kalenjin?
Hapana.
I could ask the question again.
Okay.
The question I'm asking you, witness, is you've heard the Kalenjin audio, and I've just read the English translation of that audio. And the question I'm asking you now is what I've just read in English a fair translation of what you had in Kalenjin?
Ndio.
Now, witness, you realize that Mr. Sang is telling people that to be patient about the results from Nithi and that they should maintain peace. You can see that.
Umesikia kwa hii kanda.
Now, witness, are you aware that Tharaka and Nithi are two separate constituencies?
Sijui.
And the reason why you do not know, witness, I put it to you, is because the allegations you are making against Mr. Sang is a fabrication based on what you heard people saying Mr. Sang had said at the station as played out to you right now.
La. Niliasikia mwenyewe.
Mr. Kiginkatwa, so I can follow. What is the inconsistency between what you've read out now about Nithi and the witness's testimony about what Mr. Sang, according to her, had said about Tharaka Nithi?
The difference is this, Mr. President, that the testimony of the witness is to the effect that Sang was complaining that the results of this constituency called the Nithi have been delayed as a deliberate way of attempting to manipulate the results. What we are showing in the audio is that what Mr. Sang was asking for was patience and that people maintain peace.
It's all a question of interpretation, isn't it? And also situated in time context, is it not? Anyway, I'm just trying to follow, trying to understand what your point is.
My emphasis, Mr. President, is in fact that it is true that Mr. Sang made reference to Nidhi. It is also our position that witness must have heard from somebody that Mr. Sang has mentioned Nidhi. What she then applies or construes as being what Mr. Sang said is completely inaccurate, because Mr. Sang is not complaining about the results of Nidhi. The emphasis, the position, being that he's telling people, please be patient, and in the meantime, maintain peace, the results will come. The emphasis really is that Mr. Sang's tone is that, please, let's be patient, they will come, and it doesn't matter what shape or form those results from Nidhi will be. Now, witness, you also said in your testimony that I just read to you that Mr. Sangs told people to come out to fight for their rights. Did you say that?
Ndio.
Now, I would like to play from the same audio what Mr. Sang said on the 29th of December 2007, timestamp 53.14 to 53.49, and that is at page 0027 in the transcript and translation. If the court officer could assist to locate that transcript and translation for the witness.
So amija wale tebeji tukulolo imitei.
Witness, I'd like to point out to you where that is, and the Kalenjin transcript is page 25, 0026, the last paragraph, if the court officer could assist you to put your finger on it.
So amija wale tebeji tukulolo imitei. Tebeji tukulolo imitei kubiya kije kitubwana nga umunyinga chika mgutuka mo lazima yota ni munyinga picha wa to so kubela gari shek ngolo bagericho achicha mobile gari na bachi amawir gari shek pick up gericho mo ay bay shona manyol jin pick up college na tebono ko birgura ko mien ko gonyi tok pinge bendi ko la tugul kulen bi pick up college jin ko ay gasi na gararan ko boru tegisto amaw no boriet ako mising ko ko yangot ko nyig ne boru ko gumgumi boriet ko magene boriet na kabasai pick up langas e uri tipkei bigo mie mo magegi o muite ang to ale mujo tajin jito kuma migi ki belisio.
Now, witness, I would like to read the English translation of what you just heard. And Your Honors, that is the second paragraph at page 26, starting with the words "I want," and the next paragraph, which is paragraph 3. I'll read the second paragraph. I want to ask each one to remain stationed in one place. Stay wherever you are. And people intending to leave home, please relax at home. It is absolutely necessary. If it is absolutely necessary for you to go to town, if it is not absolutely necessary for you to go to town, stay at home. As for those people who are screaming and setting vehicles on fire in Kericho, no, please. Do not set anybody's vehicle on fire. Do not stone vehicles. Kericho people, do not do that. That behavior does not befit the Kalenjin people. You fought it without a hitch, and other people respect you for this. You did a good thing. So continue to show respect and not to engage in violence. More so, you even elected women, which demonstrated that there was no violence. Why do you now want to engage in violence? People of Langas, watch out. Stay well. Do not be concerned. Be patient. You can see that. Is that a fair translation, witness, of what you had in Kalenjin?
Ndio.
Now, did you hear Mr. Sang broadcasting this on the 29th of December 2007?
There was no interpretation.
I'm sorry, Mr. President.
Yes, there have been quite some gaps that did not get translated, but Mr. Keegan-Carter will also watch.
I will watch, Mr. President, and I apologize for that. Now, the question I was asking witness is whether you had what you just listened to on the 29th of December 2007 being what Mr. Sang had said.
La nimesikilia hapa.
The last part of the audio that I wish to play is timestamp 1 hour, 3 minutes and 58 seconds to 1 hour, 6 minutes and 15 seconds, and that is at page 030 to 033, and if the court officer could assist. Page 29, court officer, the second last paragraph, if you are there, to assist the witness. 0030. The second last paragraph. We will start playing the audio.
Side mood nebo goron testa upchinit kasama kobete Nairobi kongete Nairobi no testa ale jini big up Kalenjin bogamanut missing kalyet eng emetab Kenya amu moimuch angot electoral commission akije kobarasta amamite kalyet so kisome kalyet missing eng wit tugul omite usorib kalyet omutyon ngalechu tugul mami gineya akoi kibarasta kikonye kityo electoral commission kobarasta the official results chongetole bwane chabo station ichek tugul ko provisional results yale chekokonu icheke kou chekikonu ko chekakabit kosubke ak logo kikerte lakini kit nebo kamanut nguni ko akastoikab Kalenjin kigeni electoral commission amu kigere electoral commission komagere ale tos mi ngolyo neya kokobarasta komie ndako imani kokokiyoni kesir minister ek chakokesir tugul ndako yaach results aboti ale imanda akosubi imanda nguto ko television ko gera ngut nuno go bag masin boy buye ne ko ibarasta chita ko labai shigim na tenyu ak imanda onge to lo unya gune so ko bane ngale ke ja ngumete propaganda mami ako inguni ko ndo iraila ko propaganda jagsuru SMS jogle nang ne kumotore tigi ungerip kaliet ungerip kay uribi oga mwale yi chita nako gere oret nguni nako wendi bandanyi kemutila ko hospitali ananga wendi ko ibe tuguk ke soget ko kaine ji joto angon denere kaine ji joto kigeni ke gon results ko gon electoral commission so ongen ale gonu ki ko gon kinyi se jon tokol ko ilen katamenerani onge muite gityo ako ngatole umete ngale gabretap ke bigap cheblas ke kaw kasi umete kasi ngigere oret bigabel damara vin mogere oret utebi gomnye mo megi
Witness, I will read the English translation of what we've heard so far, being this. The time is 11 a.m. You are listening to KAS FM broadcasting from Nairobi, where I continue to remind Kalenjin people that peace is paramount in our country, Kenya. Because even the Electoral Commission will not manage to broadcast if there is no peace. Thus, we are appealing for peace wherever you are. Maintain peace. Be calm in approaching these issues. Nothing is amiss. The results will be broadcast. We are waiting for Electoral Commission to announce the official results, which I'm sure are forthcoming. Those being broadcast by media stations are provisional results. That is results provided by individual stations like we are doing here based on our views. But the important thing now, Kalenjin people, is to wait for Electoral Commission, because we see, in my view, I don't see anything that is wrong. They are broadcasting the results well. If indeed something was amiss, would they have accepted the defeat of many ministers that were beaten? I believe that ECK will justly stick to the truth. If you watch television, you will have seen one from those sides of Wepuye declaring that he would use his powers to get justice, given his knowledge of how things were. Literally knowing it is like this and this. So, what is the uproar about? Refrain from spreading propaganda. Refrain from propaganda. Nothing. As a result, now, as Raila is still ahead, and the propaganda being spread about this and that is not helpful at all. Maintain peace. Be mindful of oneself. Be mindful of others. I had said this, that person you have denied the use of the road, who was going on his way, taking a child to hospital or taking goods to the market. What wrong has that person done? Even if you are annoyed, is it that person's fault? We are waiting for the results to be released by the Electoral Commission. I know that they will. They have done so all these years. Will they fail this year? Let's just be patient and desist from violence. Avoid barricading roads. People of Eldama Rafin, don't barricade the road. Live well. Live well. Nothing will harm us. Witness, could you confirm that's a fair translation of what you heard in Kalenjin?
Ndio.
To Mr. Keegan Catwell, would that be the case that I noticed the indication there? If you look at the second block of text at page 30, 0031. Second block of text, 3 lines from the bottom of that block of text, those being broadcast by stations, provisional results. That is, in parentheses, results provided by individual stations like we are doing here, based on our views. Does it mean that CAS have been broadcasting provisional results based on their views?
Mr. President, as we already saw in the portion that we played a moment ago, there were results being relayed from the Tally Center, which was the Kenyatta International Conference Center, the ICC.
Is it the same thing as broadcasting provisional views based on provisional results based on the views of the broadcaster?
What would happen, Mr. President, is that there would be the results even from the KICC before the final results would be provisional results. Then there would be stations which are still pending, Mr. President, and the reporters from the stations would indicate what the parliamentary contestants got and attempt to project from that what probably would be the presidential results. And that
you don't need to clear up that matter now, but it is something you need to keep in mind in view of certain lines of questioning you have done and backed upon with this witness.
I am very much alive to
You
that,
don't
Mr.
need to
President.
clear it up with our understand, but we need to keep it in mind. Please proceed.
Now, lastly, witness, I want to show you, I want to take you to timestamp 1 minute and 18 seconds to 1 minute and 24 seconds. Mr. President, that is at page 3 of the transcript and translation. And if the court officer could assist to have the witness given that document.
Page 3 as in 0004.
Page 3 in the sense of 0003.
Angit petusiek aengu keit kenyit ne lel kokemake kikuoten.
Mr. President, that is the caption I'm interested in. It is at page 003, the third paragraph, the last 2 lines. And if the witness could be assisted to go to paragraph 2, the last 2 lines at page 003, paragraph 2, starting with the word KANGET.
And are you going to play just those 2 lines for the witness?
Yes, Mr. President.
And no, we have to give some context so she can follow. Please.
Kumitoja ngutarab Ruto ngale ka oro limi loto ulin temene kinyise jutukul gi ko bwa ko yoto temene ko magene biga brisabo lino chut ngal jawju so ame jole jog tukul onge muite ongi mutyon ngale jo kilondei togu ko muoga ne ole kilondei so muite umitoji biga balotet ko ngale joto biga brisabo lini mo mageki ingen jetukul kole une met angot biga be matune rap sangongot kulo une so kikonye kiteki barasta ko yogi konye ko banne ko ibi kibarasta error sal simi hospitali chabane au bogi sir komye kanget petu chakayengu keit kenyine lel ko kemagene gi guoten ngoraki o muite
Mr. President, we had played that bit of the audio. And if I could just take the witness or the transcript to the part I want, and then we'll see if I can get my questions answered. Witness, if the court officer could assist you to the last 2 lines at paragraph 2, and its translation is this. With 2 days left to the new year, why would you want to become disabled at this time? Be tolerant. Can you see that, witness? Did you hear that in Kalenjin? Sorry.
Nafikiria sioni kama utafsiri ambayo uko hapa unapelekana na ile mambo. Rudia nifuate kwa sababu I'm supposed to rudia. No. Here no. Yeah.
It's like I noticed that we are at the lunch hour break time, but it would be preferable to play for the witness at least a block of text and read it around it, not just the strip, so that it gives us some context to what she's been asked to agree with. It will be proper to take it at least from people in far-flung villages down to the end of that text. If we can play the segment for her and then do it, we'll go.
jole jog tukul onge muite ongi mutyon ngalejo kilondei togu ko muoga ne ole kilondei so muite umetoji biga balotet ko ngalejo to biga brisabolini mo mageki ingen jetukul kole une met angot biga be matune rap sangongot kulo une so kikonye kiteki barasta ko yogi konye ko banne ko ibi kibarasta error sal simi hospitali chabane ago gi sir komye kanget petu chakayengu keit kenyine lel ko kemagene gi guoten ngoraki o muite
Now, witness. Mr. President, I would like to come back to this issue after the lunch break. Yes.
We will then take the lunch break now and return to this. Can you please bring down the blinds and escort the witness?
All rise. We will obey. Please be seated.
We're in open session, Your Honors.
Thank you very much. A witness, welcome back. Mr. KenyaMOJA.
Witness, the audio you listened to was to this effect. People in the far-flung villages, do not worry. He/she knows. Everyone understands how the nation is. Even the international community understands the situation. So we are only waiting for the announcement. And now we wait. What is the point in landing yourself in hospital when we have clearly won? With 2 days left to the new year, why would you want to become disabled at this time? Be tolerant. Witness, could you kindly confirm that's what you heard in the Kalenjin audio that was played before we went for line?
1 second. Let's play that audio again.
Isir komye kanget petushek aengu keit kenyit nelel kokemagene kikuotenin koraki omuite.
Witness, the audio will be played again, and listen carefully, and after that Mr. KenyaMOJA will again read the translation for you to see if that corresponds to what you heard in Kalenjin.
Jolly jog tukul onge muite ongi mutyon ngalejo kilondei togu ko muoga ne ole kilondei so muite umetoji biga balatet ko ngalejo to biga brisabolini mo mageki ingen jetukul kole une emet angot biga be matunok ab sangongot kole une so kikonye kityo kibarasta ko yo kikonye ko banne ko ibi kibarasta erosal simi hospitali chebane ago gesir komye kanget petushek aengu keit kenyit nelel kokemagene kikuotenin koraki omuite.
Witness, you heard what I read in English. Do you want me to read again for you to confirm if that's a fair translation?
I think it's better to do it that way.
Okay, witness, I will read the English translation of what you just heard. People in far-flung villages, do not worry. She knows. Everyone understands how the nation is. Even the international community understands the situation. So we are only waiting for the announcement. And now, as we wait, what is the point in landing yourself in hospital when we have clearly won? With 2 days left to the new year, why would you want to become disabled at this time? Be tolerant. Witness, could you confirm that's a fair translation of what you heard in Kalenjin?
Ndio.
Now, witness, my interest is in the last 2 lines of that, and I will use the English translation, which says, with 2 days left to the new year. Can you see that, witness?
Nimepaona.
And witness, you would confirm that would be 29th when this audio was played. You would confirm that is 29th, which is 2 days to the end of the year, witness, isn't it?
Sijui.
Now, witness, I am forced to play. I know I said it was the last audio on that, the last part of the audio that I would play, but I must play another one. Mr. President, I would like to play the audio timestamp 12.18 to 15.20, and that is at page Ken D11 0008-0009. I request the court officer to assist to have the witness located. Now, witness, before I play that audio, I want to indicate to you that it is in Kiswahili, and I would request you to very kindly follow it closely, and then I'll ask you just a few questions.
Mzuri sana Mheshimiwa Joseph Nyaga.
Yes.
Ningependa kukuuliza kwa
If the court officer could show the witness the last two lines where the first speaker says, Mzuri sana Mheshimiwa Joseph Nyaga. Okay, we'll go on, witness. If you could turn over the page as we go on with the audio.
madai kwamba labda kuna njama za kuiba kura katika sehemu za Mlima Kenya zinazopakana na Mlima Kenya ambako chama cha PNU inasemekana kuwa na nguvu.
Inaonekana ya kwamba ICC inakataa kutuambia ni nini yaendelea huko. Sisi tunajua result za upande ule zimefika kwa ICC office. Sisi kama ODM na hata watu wa newspapers, media houses wamezipata zile results kutoka kwa agents ambao alikuwa huko mashinani. Sasa tunataka watu wa ICC watoke. Ni kwa nini wanakataa kuambia Wakenya, kupatia Wakenya results za upande ule, na tunajua kwamba wanazo. Hiyo ndio mambo, na tumeandika barua kwa ICC, tumeuliza maswali, na kila wakati tukiuliza hivyo watu wa ICC wanasimama, wanataka kutoroka, wanataka kuondoka, hawataka kutuambia ni nini inaendelea. Pia results of parliament kutoka area hiyo tunazijua, ICC wametupatia, lakini na zilitoka mashinani pamoja, zilifika Nairobi pamoja. Tunauliza ni kwa nini wanatupatia results za bunge za upande ule na wanakataa kutupatia results za president. Ni kuonyesha wanaweka huko ili dakika ya mwisho wafanye vile watu wengi Africa's government tu, dakika ya mwisho wanaweza kucheza sasa. Ndio sababu tunawaambia tafadhali elezeni wa Kenya nini inaendelea, ili wana Kenya wasianze kufikiria kuna mambo mnafanya huko ofisini zenu.
Nyaga, wasiwasi.
Now, witness, you heard this in Kiswahili. I will read in English. Very well, Honorable Joseph Nyaga. I would like briefly to ask you about the allegations that there is a plot to steal the forts in the areas around Mount Kenya, where it is said that PNU has its stronghold. It appears as if ECK is refusing to tell us exactly what is happening there. We know that the results from this...
What's your pace?
I'm sorry, Mr. President. It appears as if ECK is refusing to tell us exactly what is happening there. We know that the results from those areas have arrived at ECK offices. Even media houses have got results from agents who were in the grassroots. We want ECK to tell us why they are refusing to tell Kenyans, to give Kenyans results from that region. and we know they have them. These are the issues we have written to ECK asking about. These, and every time we ask, ECK stand and want to run away. They do not want to tell us what is going on. In addition, the parliamentary results from those areas we already know. ECK has given us. But for, into brackets, presidential, they have brought from grassroots together, yet they are refusing to release presidential results. This shows that they are keeping it so that the last minute they do what many African governments do. They can top up for their candidates the last minute. That is why we ask you to tell Kenyans the truth on what is happening so that the people don't conclude that you are topping up the votes in your offices. Witness, could you confirm that's a fair translation of what you heard in the audio?
Ndio.
Witness.
Sorry.
Okay, witness. I want to ask you a question. Are you okay?
No. Kuna kitu kwa audio yenye sikusikia hapa. So, nirudilie kidogo.
Witness, is this something you can tell us? What is it so that we can focus on?
Kuna ya hapa mahali mmeuliza Bwana Nyaga awaeleze kuhusu matokeo ya kura upande wake. Kutokea hapo kuna mahali sikushika, haikuingia.
Mr. King Katwa, we may have to go back and take it block by block.
I'm really desperate for time, Mr. President, but
well, it's understandable, but if we want to do it, so we want to do it well, at least the best that you've done, you know you've covered it well. It may also be a matter of not compressing everything in a small time frame, but picking out topics that you really want to deal with and leave the rest. You can't possibly cover everything that comes out in litigation.
and this one clearly, Mr. President, I didn't intend to go into. It is at the instance of the chamber asking me whether opinions and views were expressed at the station that necessitated my wish to have this also on record.
Now, the chamber asked you about provisional announcement of results, which came through in one segment you had read onto the record before lunch, and that was something that was triggered by a previous line of inquiry, cross-examination you had done with this witness. I don't want to discuss the details now with the witness, understand, but there were some questions you'd asked her. She responded, and subsequently we encountered that transcript where it appears that your client was saying that their station had been broadcasting provisional results based on their opinion or something like that. You don't, as I told you, you don't need to cover that area with a witness. This particular witness, I said that to you as well. Something for you to keep in mind as you do your case.
Mr. President, in view of that...
If you want me to spell it out, I can spell out what I'm talking about.
I think I know what it is, Mr. President,
yes.
And I would like to move on. I would like to leave this issue where it is and probably take it up with another witness. Mr. President, at this point, I would like to apply to tender this audio of the 29th December 2007 as an exhibit, together with the translation and the transcription, which is, the audio is Ken D11 0006-0025, which was already marked as MFI 16, and the transcript and the translation, which is Ken D11 0008-0001, and which was also marked as an MFI 17. Mr. President, if I could justify the basis of my seeking to have it produced as an exhibit.
So let's, what types are we talking about now?
Mr. President, we are looking at tab 6 of the smaller binder.
All right.
Mr. President, we submit that this audio is tenable as evidence on behalf of Mr. Sang. In the first instance, the witness identifies the voice of Mr. Sang in the audio. The second thing, Your Honors, is that the witness identifies the clip played in that audio being the same clip that was played in a television station called The Citizen, which he said communicated similar information. The third reason why we seek to adduce it as evidence, Mr. President, is that the witness very specifically said that Mr. Sang urged people to leave the fight for the votes to Honorable Ruto. And that issue is addressed by that audio as to whether or not, in fact, Mr. Sang asked people to leave the issue to Mr. Ruto to fight for them, and whether Mr. Sang said Mr. Ruto is courageous and will resist any attempt to steal votes. The fourth thing, Mr. President, is that this witness said that Mr. Sang had misrepresented the votes that came from a constituency called Tharaka Nithi. This audio addresses directly the question of exactly what Mr. Sang said in relation to a constituency called Nithi. In the course of presenting that audio, the question was put to the witness that in fact it is clear that she is not aware of the constituency because there does exist actually two constituencies, one called Tharaka and another one called Nithi. Fifthly, Mr. President and Your Honors, the witness had said in today's testimony, and I will quote what she said at page 17, line 6. When Mr. Sang was calling for peace, was that before the conflict or after the conflict? That is a question for you. That's the question the witness put to me. I have a second question for you. You have played several videos for me to listen to. All these videos were recorded after the conflict, and what I have been talking about is about the period before January 2008. Mr. President, juxtaposing that with the fact of our contention that this is an audio of the 29th December 2007, which is the period the witness says is the concern of our testimony, we submit it is very directly relevant in answering and countering what the witness says. Mr. President, we wish to acknowledge that the witness said she did not hear any of the contents we played. We, however, submit, Your Honors, that if the criteria for determining whether to accept or reject the evidence is whether or not the witness will accept that she heard or he heard the audio, then it is impossible, Mr. President, because the witnesses come wanting to sell a certain position, and it is very unlikely that they would concede that, in fact, that audio was played and contained the contents of what that we are trying to lay basis on.
Those items of those angles of the testimony you've indicated, to what extent had she addressed them in her examination in chief? To what extent has she engaged those elements of the evidence in her examination in chief?
Mr. President, I do not quite understand the question in terms of the extent, but may I say that my understanding of her testimony, my understanding of the extent to which she actually wanted them to be pillars and anchors of our evidence, that in fact Mr. Sang was inciting people and that he is actually culpable. And this is the only way we can counter what she has said. We would like to pose the question that if we can't use the material that we have and which answers directly the issues that the witness has said, what else are we expected to do? Your Honors will recall that we have put it to this witness that she picked up issues and rumors from other people and tried to construct a storyline which is trying to say is a narrative of what Mr. Sang said. And we are saying we have material to show that Mr. Sang said the exact inverse of that, including a story about having had KSFM the whole period of February, and where we have independent material in the nature of PPC showing the opposite of what she said, and which have shown that in fact she wasn't listening to KSFM. For all those reasons, Your Honors, we pray that you do exercise your discretion under Article 69, subsection 3 and 4, and admit these documents, the criteria being that you ought to satisfy yourself that it has property value and that it doesn't cause any prejudice to the proceedings. We understand that provision to give you significant latitude and exercise of discretion. Mr. President, I must say that some of the audios we've played may sound too good to be true, but we insist it is actually the truth of what Mr. Sang did. And the mere fact that it sounds extremely diametrically different from what the prosecution are alleging against Mr. Sang should not be a reason why there should be any hesitation to believe that they were broadcasted or that they are authentic. Mr. President, we pray that you do see where we stand and do understand our situation and exercise your collective discretion in favor of admitting this audio of 29 December 2007.
Right, one second, let's hold off it there. You have that affidavit from Mr. Lamoni. Is this material covered?
Mr. President, we have the affidavit sworn by Julius Lamaon, the Chief Executive of Kale Limited, which operates Kass FM station. It is reference Ken D11 0013 0072, which was sworn on the 8th of January 2014 under paragraph D, subparagraph subparagraph 53. That audio is captured, and the substance of what Mr. Julius Lamaon says is that in fact these audios were played and aired.
Where is the affidavit again?
Mr. President,
what type?
It is tab 1 of the small binder.
And you say it's what item there?
Mr. President, it is D53, and that is at page D11 0013 0074. May I say, Mr. President and Your Honors, that this affidavit and this audio has been upheld and has been in the hands of the prosecution since the confirmation period. And if there was need to authenticate it, the prosecution have had opportunity to raise any concerns as to whether or not it is authentic. And the authentication is not limited to going to Kass FM, Your Honors. It could also include going to the listeners as to whether they had it or not, and going to the people who are featured in the audio itself and asking them whether or not in fact they were interviewed and whether or not that audio is a true reflection of what happened on the 29th of December 2007. For all those reasons, Your Honors, we pray that you do hold Mr. Sang deserving of your exercise of discretion and do admit this audio as his exhibit.
Ms. Ranton.
Your Honour, the prosecution objects to the admission into evidence of the tape and the transcript translation. The first point being that to date, Your Honours have consistently refused to admit out-of-court statements of persons into the record of the case. If the defence wished to enter in the evidence proffered by Mr. Lamon, then they are more than welcome to call him during the defence phase of the case. Secondly, it is not the prosecution's role to authenticate the evidence that the defence presents before the court. The recordings that have been played are a small portion of this 2.5-hour tape and 50 pages of transcripts and translation. The excerpts should be dealt with separately and on a case-by-case basis, other than the excerpt which was played regarding the announcement of tallying of votes from various areas. The witness did not recognise anything as being what she heard at the relevant time, so there is no real connection between what was played and the witness's own evidence. There's no evidence in the record of this case authenticating that this was in fact played on the 29th of December, that it hasn't been edited or otherwise altered since then. There's no other indicia of reliability other than the affidavit, which, as we say, such records have thus far never been accepted by Your Honours and should not, without the witness coming, presenting their evidence and being tested and cross-examined as per the usual course in this trial. If Your Honours could bear with me for 1 second. Those are my submissions. Thank you, Your Honour.
Mr. President, the first thing I wish to observe is that it is not true that this chamber has dealt with parts of the audio whenever an attempt has been made to produce them. The audio has been dealt with as a whole. Mr. President, we already highlighted the part that shows the date of this audio. Mr. President, may I quote the observation that was made by the Chamber yesterday in respect to this production? And one of the issues that the Chamber said at page 91, line 9 to 15 is that although the witness did not preview it in the past, but had testified during examination in chief on that matter, and the document itself goes to address a subject that the witness had testified on in chief, we had said that we would admit it, notwithstanding that the witness had not seen it in the past. And the only interest you would have in considering that is whether there is an indicia of authenticity. Mr. President, I submit that it is extremely lamentable when the prosecution say that they have no duty to authenticate what the prosecution the defense give. The first reason why we say it's extremely lamentable is that it is their case, and our understanding is that they are interested in the truth of the matter. It's not a competition. It's not that they must obtain a conviction or that they must obtain a case to answer on the part of Mr. Sang. And the moment we give them, and in the interest of justice, we would expect that they would be interested in counter-checking whether or not it's a genuine audio. And Mr. President, we are saying this audio has been in their hands for over a year, and they have had enough opportunity to do that. But apart from that, apart from their general obligation to the truth, we submit, Mr. President, that in Article 69.3, which we just referred to, it requires that the parties may submit evidence relevant to the case in accordance with Article 64. The court shall have the authority to request the submission of all evidence that it considers necessary for the determination of the truth. The question of whether or not Mr. Sang said the things that the witness said is a very fundamental issue that has been addressed by this audio. But I'm even more interested in the provisions of Article 54, Article 54, which obligates the prosecutor to investigate both incriminatory and exonerating evidence. That is Article 54(1)A, which I'm sure the Chamber is aware, but I would still request for your permission to make reference to. The prosecutor, in order to establish the truth, they extend the investigation to cover all facts and evidence relevant to an assessment of whether there is criminal responsibility under this statute. And in doing so, investigate incriminating and exonerating circumstances equally. Now, the moment we pointed out to them that you may have had the wrong person put on trial, and the moment we showed them the existence of this audio of 29, we would expect that they would investigate in equal measure the exonerating character of this audio. That obligation is not limited, as the prosecution has argued, to their making their case and the contention on their part that they have no obligation to authenticate the audio on the part of the defense. For all those reasons, Mr. President, we pray that you do see that, in fact, this audio deserves to be admitted, at the very least in answer to the issues raised by the witness. And even if the issue of authenticity still lingers in your minds, Your Honors, we submit that is an issue that you can deal with when you retire to make a consideration, whether it is at the point of whether or not there is a case to answer or at the end of the trial. I would like to say, Mr. President, lastly, that this chamber must be very familiar with this audio of 29 because we've played at every opportunity, before confirmation, at opening address, and to various witnesses. And the prosecution know how importantly we value this audio. And to that extent, therefore, they have no excuse in saying they have not had time to be able to answer to the question of whether or not it is authentic. For all those reasons, Mr. President, we pray that you do admit this audio on the basis of probative value and on the basis of indicia of authenticity.
You saying you gave it to the prosecution, this audio, at the confirmation or before?
Before confirmation, Mr. President. It is part of our defense material in the confirmation proceedings. Mr. President,
Ms. Ranton, is that the case that you've had the material since confirmation?
I would have to check that, Your Honours. I don't have access right at the moment.
There haven't many materials tendered in the course of this case. There have been instances where we rejected some of these things. One of those was the occasion when, first I believe, instance when Mr. KenyaMOJA, I believe, asserted that the material came from Mr. Sang, and that was enough for purposes of authenticity. On that occasion, we did not admit. But on the subsequent occasion, Mr. KenyaMOJA produced the affidavit of Mr. Lamon listing some materials. We were able to find that if the audio addressed a matter to which the witness had testified in chief, and the audio was also covered by the affidavit, and that is an affidavit that will supply some indicium of authenticity. That's not to say a conclusive indicium of authenticity. The defense, we understand, will be calling Mr. Lamon, I believe, at some point.
I confirm we will, and may I confirm that we disclosed to the prosecution on 16th of August 2011, this audio.
Yes, so the understanding the last time was that you would be calling Mr. Lamon eventually in the case to speak to the records of the radio station. On that basis, we had admitted some of these audios in the past. We will do the same on this occasion. We will admit the material and mark it as next in the Sang defense exhibit, with that understanding in mind, of course, that Mr. Lamond will be called later.
Mr. President and Your Honors, we are most grateful. Thank you. And we are assuming that if we go to the defense case, of course.
The audio Ken D11 0006 0023, previously registered as MFI T D11 00016, is now admitted as EVD T D11 00016, and will also be referenced as Sang Defense Exhibit number 16. The translation transcript Ken D11 0008 0001, previously registered as MFI T D11 00017, is now admitted as EVD T D11 00017, and will also be referenced as Sang Exhibit number 17. Thank you.
Mr. President.
There was another material, was there not? That was outstanding as of yesterday.
Mr. President, in your decision, you had given me latitude to come back to you on it a little later. Mr. President will recall that the Chamber observed that it was sort of abstract. It was not. I would like to come back to it together with related audios, and with your permission, if I could come back to it in the next session, so that I have an opportunity to put together an analysis of all your decisions on admissions of these audios and take a position on it, with your permission, Your Honor.
How many? Was it the one? Wasn't there another one?
There were two, Your Honors. There was one for 1st of January 2008. There was one for 4th January 2008. Then there were others we played in the course of time, including one where Mr. Sang pre-recorded Mr. Ruto pleading for peace, together with other people, including one General Sumbeiwa, a couple of other people.
I am talking about in the course of this witness's testimony.
There are only two, Mr. President, 4th of January and 1st of January. I could give the reference if it's necessary to give the reference.
All right. Let's not deal with that now. Proceed.
Witness, you recall that when I was cross-examining you yesterday, you said that you have a recollection of a certain chief having been killed. Do you remember that, witness? Witness, I don't see you answering. I'll just read the transcript of what you said. And this is real-time transcript 102, page 98, line 17 to 19. And this is what you said, witness. At that time, the chief of Chemuswa had been killed in Langas. We were at the showground during the night. There were people who came and attacked the showground. They went to Langas to kill people for the last time. Do you remember that witness?
Sikuongea kuhusu Chemugwa, nilisema Chemuswa, Samuel Chemuswa. Yeah.
Spelling.
Your Honor, the spelling of Chemuswa is C.
Has it now been captured? I think it has been spelled.
Chemuswa.
Now, witness, it is your testimony that this chief was killed in Langas, isn't it?
Ndivyo tulisikia, tulikuwa showground.
And witness, this chief was a Kalenjin, isn't it?
Alikuwa na youth, hata si yeye peke yake, walikuwa na youth.
And witness, you recall that when you are told about him, you are told that his name is Samuel Kipkoech Meli.
Could my learned friend give me a reference for that? Did the witness already testify on that name?
Sorry, sikutaja jina kwa sababu sikusikia jina la huyo. Nilisikia ni chief ambaye alikuwa amekuja na youth, wanakuja kushambulia watu wakitoka Chemuswa. So mimi sikusikia jina yake, sijui kama anaitwa ni nani, na hakuna mtu alisikia jina. Walisema ni chief kutoka Chemuswa kwa sababu alipatikana na barua zake kwa mfuko. So kama ni huyo yule unasema, sijui. Mimi nilisikia ni chief na youth kwa wakati huo, lakini jina mimi sijui.
Now, witness, Chemuswa is in Nandi district, isn't it?
Ndio.
And witness, the description is that Chemuswa is a village which is located in Cap Moyua location, Cap Moyua sub location, isn't it?
Sijui.
Now, witness, I would like to show you a death certificate in attempt to refresh your memory as to this individual you said was killed and the circumstances relating to his death. With your permission, Your Honor, this is an issue which came up yesterday.
Hello. Hello. Nafikiria kuniletea kumbukumbu zake za kifo cha wakati alikufa, ama kusema alikufa wakati gani ama ni nani, haitanisaidia. Hata sina ushahidi wa kusema ni yeye kwa sababu sikumuona, nilikuwa showground. Na rumors ilikuja chief ameuawa na youth, wakiwa na youth. So mambo ya vitu kama kumbukumbu, unaniletea death certificate, mimi sijui nitajibu nini.
Well, let's see what counsel wants to do. Keep that thought in mind. If after seeing the document, if it is still the case that it does not help you, you can say that to Mr. KenyaMOJA. But if after seeing it and listening to his question, then we will see.
Witness, you can see that I would like you, I'll probably request the court officer to assist me if she can just stay around the witness so that I can point out the paragraphs I want to show the witness.
Your Honor, please. Nafikiria nimeuliza ulizo wakati napewa hiki kijikaratasi niangalie. Nafikiria ni kama vile nimekuwa nikipewa kanda hapa na hayo mambo nimeyaona yakiendelea. Ninaambiwa nasoma, kanda inaongea, nasoma kama ni ukweli. Ni kama mimi nataka kusurutishwa nipige muhuri ya kuwa huyu mtu namjua. Mimi sijui Chemuswa, nasikia Chemuswa, sijui chief, na siwezi kusema nimesoma hii kijikaratasi nimejua huyu ni chief ambaye aliuawa, kwa sababu kuna watu wengi waliuawa. Maybe aliuawa kabla sijakuja, aliuawa kama niko. So kuna mambo mimi nimepewa kanda, nimeisikiza, na wakati bwana
Right, let's wait for and see what Mr. KenyaMOJA wants to ask of you, and then we will see how you respond.
For the record, Your Honor, I'm referring to document Ken D11 0014 0712. Now, witness, with the assistance of the court officer, I would like you to look at the fourth column, starting with, on the right side, it is marked capture bed Nandi, if the court officer could assist you there. Now, witness, could you confirm that it shows that the residence of the person who was killed is capture bed Nandi on the face of it?
That's what the document says. The KenyaMOJA, unless there is a point to asking the witness to confirm, you can indicate this is what the document says, and then if you have any question, you can ask it so that we can save time.
Witness, you can see that the document shows the occupation of the person who was killed as assistant chief. It shows that the place of death is Langas, which is exactly the same place you said. You also said he's a chief, and there it is marked assistant chief. You can also see that it says his residence is Kapsabet Nandi, which is the same thing you said. And it shows that the cause of his death is cardiorespiratory arrest due to shock as a result of multiple panga cuts. Witness, you can see all that.
And the question?
Mr. President, I'm sorry, I was waiting for the answer, but I can't go to the point of my.
Yes, that's what we want you to do.
Now, witness, if you follow the column of Kapsabet, Nandi, and Langas, you will see the date of death. You can see that, witness. And with, I'm sorry for the overlap. And you see the date is 1st of January 2008, witness, isn't it?
Ndio imeandikwa.
And you can see, witness, contrary to your allegation that your recollection of what you heard from Mr. Sang of 10th of January being the day the chief was killed is inconsistent with his death certificate, isn't it?
Mr. Kiginkatwa, that is argumentative. In the circumstances.
In that case, Your Honor, I'll just ask 2 more questions on the point. Witness, are you aware of any other Kalenjin chief who was killed in Langas other than this Mr. Samuel Kipkoech Meli?
I object to that, Your Honor. The witness hasn't, in fact, confirmed that the chief she heard about is this person. So it's an unfair question for the witness to have to answer.
I'll probably rephrase the question, Mr. President. I think it's a valid question. Witness, do you know the name of the chief you said was killed on the 10th of January 2008?
Nimekwambia sikusikia jina na nimesema kotini hapa sikusikia jina na nilikuambia hivyo. Na yaona kama unaweza kuniruhusu ni chambue kidogo, kwa sababu mimi kama witness nina haki pia ya kujiongea, although uliniambia nisiulize swali. Sasa hivi mchezo ulioko hapa ni kupatiwa cheti na ninapiga muhuri ati ninajua hilo jambo. Wakati nilitoa ushahidi wangu jana, sikusema jina la chief. Sijui, msome faili yangu jana, hakuna mahali nilimention jina la mtu. Leo wacha niongee nimalize. Juzi yeah.
Are you saying that you did not mention the name of the chief you had in mind? Is that what you're saying?
Jana nilisikusema jina la mtu, nilisema assistant chief. Na kama wacha hata pia mimi nijitete. Kama kulikuwa na assistant chief ambaye alitoka Kapsabet.
That's enough.
Just a minute. Hata mimi pia natakana kukuambia kwa sababu umeniambia. Kama kulikuwa na assistant chief aliuawa tarehe 1, mimi siko Eldoret. Na kama kuna assistant chief wengi waliuawa kwa sababu hawa ndio walikuwa wakipigana, mimi naweza kutoa cheti chake? Sijui, hata sijui jina, lakini nilisikia kuna assistant chief ameuawa Langas tukiwa showground. That's final. Lakini kuniletea death certificate ya mtu na kuniambia huyu mtu ulisema aliuawa ni kama kunifinya niweke rubber stamp mambo yenye mimi sijui, kama vile mwenzangu walinifanyia juzi.
All right. All right. He's not yet putting things in your mouth, and that's why you being allowed to respond. The question he's asked you is whether you know the name of the assistant chief who was killed. Do you know the name of the assistant chief? If you know it, you can say you know it. If you don't know it, you just say you don't know it.
Sijui.
Mr. Kinkatwa, continue.
2 questions. Witness, and you are aware of only one Kalenjin chief who was killed, isn't it?
Sijui.
Now, witness, you said at page 82 of today's transcript, line 22 to 24, that there was just a talk about the chief from Chemuswa, and we found the identity documents in his pocket. Do you remember saying that, witness?
Sijaitambua.
May I ask you the question differently, witness? Were you present, as you stated in your statement, when the identity documents were found in his pocket?
La.
Mr. President, I would like to leave. I would want to rest my questions on that issue there. And Mr. President, I would request to have that death certificate marked for identification.
Will be so marked.
Thank you, Mr. President. The document Ken D11 0014 0712 will bear the following number: MFI T D11 00040.
Naomba ombi. Sijui kama mwenzangu ameelewa nimejibu namna gani. Umenielewa? Kwa sababu nimesema la. La ni kusema hapana, si kusema ya. Nimesema la.
All right, that is very, very clear, witness, on the record now, that you said no. Now, Mr. King, can I proceed?
Witness, I understood you to say no, and I understood you to be very desirous of being very rude.
Okay.
Mr. King, I didn't quite hear you, but if that what I see on record is correct, that wasn't necessary. If what appears on this transcript is what was actually said.
I withdraw it, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, Witness, I want to ask you a few last questions. The first one is, you said there was somebody from Kapsoit who called. Do you recall the name of that person you said called from Kapsoit?
Sikumbuki jina lake, lakini mzee alikuwa na mazoevu ya kupiga simu kwenye Kass FM.
And the reason why you can't recall Witness I put to you is because you never used to listen to Kass FM at all.
Nilikuwa nafuata nasikia mahali pengine kwenye moyo wangu nashindwa kujibu swali kwa sababu linaelekea upande ambaye sielewi kabisa.
Now, Witness, in closing, I would like to play the last audio, and this is the audio of 14th December 2007. I would like to play one timestamp, being timestamp 1840 to 2207, and the reference is Ken-D11-0013-0089. And the translation and the transcription is the translation is Ken-D11-0014-094, sorry. Mr. President and Your Honors, it is in tab 9 of the big binder. And Your Honors, the transcription reference is D11-0014-253, and it is at tab 10. I request the court officer to assist give the witness a copy secretary, please. The translation, please. Mr. President, the translation that I wish to make reference to is at Ken-D11-0014-0301. And witness, it will start from the second line where it is marked side. You could now listen, witness, as you please.
ngoka Raila ing yoto kairo machungwa na muguli iro Raila Odinga machungwa na muguli isir orit nyoto isir orit imuji inde kigole kidogo ikwa kole ipach kitin kole melin ba kartasi tibaje kalamit yan ko kesir you make a mark any mark ngorit kiyoni x anan ko right ko tay go orit mat komanda sang kaw kasi yani igere Raila iro machungwa na muguli iro ile yoto inde yoto kung ko jito ni na genin ko po PNU ko president kibagi igere kora igere mat yani goro ito nakaigure mwenge kumite iro inda orit isir orit yoto ngoka Kalonzo igere machungwa no akakene mingin nakakila kwane akengen iro ile Kalonzo iro machungwa tatia isir lakini gine bakamanut ko iro ile machungwa na muguli agiro ile Raila tatia isir orit yoto ina ile kaibir kura komye yaitar yoto iwe ole mite bogisit ni ko legiwirchin kura ya torit imaman anani kunjan anani folded tuguja tugul aki maman agbiwir chori tile jitang debe tori nabo president no moy missing ku noto na council ku noto na banin ang step na bollo go kay wir chori step na bollo kego mi wine ci jokte isiye ni mining i jokte wine asi ko togi lo kay birgura mat bi birgura wine ja ko mabuta nak se ingbe tuta genge so ma muji bi birgura ko ako inonok te wine joto.
Now, witness, you heard what Mr. Sang. First of all, do you recognize the voice of the person who was speaking in the audio?
Mmemsikia?
My interest is in timestamp 20.09 to 20.39. If I could just, 1840 to 2039. If I could read what you just heard, witness, and then let me know if you confirm that's a fair translation. Mr. President, just one second.
Ms. Ranton, so far, do you contemplate pre-examination?
About 10 minutes at the most.
Now, witness, do you remember having heard Sang say this? How is the ballot paper? Dear listeners, there are three kinds of ballot papers for councillors, parliamentarians, and president. Witness, do you remember having heard that? Do you want me to play the audio again?
Nafikiria tangu mwanzo nimekuwa nikiuliza wakati unasema ulisikia na umesikia ni mambo mawili tofauti. Ulisikia ni mambo ya kitambo, umesikia ni mambo ya sahizi. Mko wapi? Unamaanisha gani? Hii nimesikia hapa ama nilikuwa nimesikia kitambo? Sile.
I'm asking about now, witness.
Nimesikia kitambo, sile.
And you confirm that is the voice of Mr. Joshua? And witness, you recall, I will summarize what Sang said. Would you confirm that Sang was explaining how someone can cast his vote?
Sorry?
My question, witness. Witness, I'm saying that in summary you heard Mr. Sang explaining how one can cast his vote, isn't it?
Kulingana na kanda yako.
Lastly, witness, on that item, could you confirm that you didn't?
Right, Mr. King Katwa. I was signaling you to wait for the for the interpretation.
Witness, when I asked you whether you heard Mr. Sang explaining how people can cast their votes, you confirmed that that's what you heard, isn't it, in Kalenjin?
Ndio.
And witness, you confirm that you didn't hear Sang saying vote for ODM and do not vote for PNU, isn't it?
Hata kulingana na hii kanda ambaye imeongea hapa, hata kama unaweza kusema sikusikia, amesema oberchi ure lugwane oberchi ure agona ga oberkura mpigie tunda yenye mumejua ukipigia kura umepiga kura. Ama unaweza kurudia hiyo kanda tuisikie vizuri, kwa sababu amesema ukipiga kwa tunda umeshapiga kura.
Okay, witness.
Yeah, excuse me, rudia hiyo kanda. Yeah.
Okay, I will play it in a moment. But
Mr. King Katwa, you need to wrap it up. Yes, we need to accommodate the re-examination.
witness, did you hear Sang make this quote on 14th of December 2007?
Kulingana na kanda yako.
Mr. President, at this point, I will request to have this audio marked for identification.
Will be so marked.
Those are all the questions I had for this witness. Thank you, witness.
The audio Ken D1100130089 will bear the following number: MFI T D11 00041. in the transcript Ken D11 0014 0294 will bear the following number MFT D11 00042. Both items will be registered as public.